All right. Man, let's shoot for a better day today. Yesterday was rough. Okay. I'm here. I'm here. I swear. I swear. I swear. I swear. All right, so I think first things first, what we're gonna do today is we're gonna go at labs. Let's see if we can get a LEDX out of labs. For better or worse. That's what we're gonna do. Ooh, that is fucking wrecked. Okay, well, let's take off the stuff that's actually valuable. And we'll, damn, I've got... Let's take that out of there. And that out of there. That can go there. We'll just vendor that. Go labs, get our LEDX, see if we have any luck doing that. Do. Oh, I just missed a reset. Damn. Oh no, I didn't. The clocks were... The hell's with all the clocks? Just needs to refresh them, I guess. I have no idea when I got 6 fence, but we got it at some point. Yeah. Can we get some money for this? Hopefully. 65,000 maybe? Somebody will bite on that? Maybe? How's everybody doing today? Did you guys have a good day? Super fucking sad about the airplane. That kind of... There's not a lot of stuff that gets me like super, like gets me in the gut. Aircraft incidents do, just because I flew on them for so long. And do. It was a passenger plane in a Black Hawk. Yeah, it was a CRJ 800, CRJ 800. Real, very common commercial airliner passenger plane. Collided with a Army H-60 Black Hawk. No survivors. So 65, I think 64 people. I think there were 60 on the aircraft and 4 on the 60 on the CRJ and 4 on the Black Hawk. Based on my knowledge of aircraft, who is to blame for the accident? Anybody telling you they know who the blame of the accident is that isn't involved with the investigation is it's impossible to tell. 67. Oh, so 60 plus 4 crew plus 3 on the helo. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. The only thing that I feel confident in saying that it was 100% human error, because even when it's mechanical error, that still usually boils down to human error. But and it's almost, I don't know of a single mishap in all of aviation history where it was one error. It was a chain of errors. And that's the thing, Thad Polite, is that it wasn't just one person fucked up. Multiple people fucked up for this to happen. There was multiple things went sideways, were done incorrectly.
That's awful. I missed that, but I don't get much news since no TV subscription.
I don't have TV either, TX, but I am into the news. I'm a current events kind of guy. I love it. Thank you for the 40 months, man. Yeah, it's super sad. Did I see the flat spin of the F-35? I don't think that's a flat spin. I didn't look at it super closely, but based on how it crashed, I'm assuming it was in transition of either takeoff or landing in a... That's not a flat spin. A flat spin is what the Tomcat did in Top Gun. The F-35 was just an uncontrolled crash because there was nobody flying it. And we'll know more about why that happened pretty soon, too. Now, my inkling on this is, and this could just... I understand what Trump did today. I'm not a fan of it. I don't like how he came out right away and started going at the DEI stuff with the ATC. He's correct. DEI is a huge danger at ATC. It's a huge danger. But because he did it so close to the event, it seemed like he was tying DEI to the mishap, and there's no way of knowing that yet. It could be. I doubt it. It could be. But what he said needed to be said. He's using it to drill a point home, and it's cheap politics. Like, it's not kind of, it is cheap politics, but that's the world we live in right now. So you kind of have to look at it in that viewpoint when you're watching politics. You have to understand that all these people are just throwing shit at each other now, and that's all they're doing. And Trump he revels in that. He loves it. I don't know if you watched this press interview today. It was pretty entertaining, but I think it's probably pretty safe to say that the CRJ, the commercial airliner, probably has zero fault at play. I reached out to a buddy who has flown on CRJs and to ask him what does the flight station look like when they're on approach? Are they already nosed up at that point? Are they still able to see the runway? Because the CRJ probably couldn't see the Black Hawk. We haven't seen a single engine Navy fighter since the F-8. The Harrier, I mean, the Harrier's a marine aircraft, I guess, but the Harrier's one on Navy ships, so. You're not an F-35 fan. We should have a fleet of F-22s. Then you just don't understand what the F-35 is for, Timber Stiffy. I don't blame people that, like, there's a lot of people that are like, the F-35 fucking sucks. It's a waste of money. And I can't even get mad at people that say that, because the propaganda against the F-35 has been so effective, and it's dumb. The Harrier is British, though. Dude, Marine Corps flew Harriers for a lot of years, man. In fact, speaking of the F-35, that's what the F-35 replaced, was the Harrier. If you want to blame anybody for the F-35 being so multi-role and not specialized, blame it on the Marine Corps, because a lot of the limitations that are built into the F-35 are because the airframe needs to be able to be VTOL capable. Black Star, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, man. Thank you for starting a day off like that. If you guys got a gifted sub, make sure you say thank you to Black Star and refresh your browser. Sumi shuts so my eyes shut. Jesus. We could turn a fucking blooper reel into me trying to read people's names, I swear to God. Thank you for your prime. So the CRJ probably doesn't have anything at fault. They were doing what they were told. They're IFR, they're on approach. They're literally on, like, in video game terms, they're on a rail, right? They're on a rail. So about the only thing I would be confident in even like saying is that the CRJ probably has no fault. So that boils down to ATC and the Black Hawk. Now, on the audio I heard, and I didn't go through the steps I probably should have to confirm that it was authentic. I'm pretty sure it is, just because where it's being shared. But the audio we heard was ATC telling to get the CRJ in sight. The Black Hawk acknowledged they had the CRJ in sight, which they obviously didn't, which means they probably saw another aircraft and thought that, and just didn't see it. And there's a lot of questions. How do you not see an airplane with landing light? I don't know if you guys realize how bright landing lights are on a fucking aircraft. Aircraft landing lights will burn your sarcastically speaking, will burn the retinas out. Black Hawk might not have radar on. Black Hawks don't have radar. There's no radar on a Black Hawk. We don't know that they were flying night vision, dude. They could have been on a night vision training. That doesn't mean they had NVGs on at that point in time. Their mission for that day that's on the log on the flight manifest could have been an NVG mission. It could have been an NVG train mission. That doesn't mean they were on NVGs during the time of the crash. It could have been. Because I don't know specifically about the gold tops. It's a very unique squadron, kind of like the one that flies it's kind of like the one that flies the president around. They have a lot of different SOPs and rules, but on normal H-60s, the crew chiefs are hanging out. They're not hanging out the doors, but they're helping with traffic avoidance. The crew chiefs are the enlisted guys that are in the back. Their eyes for the pilots. They're looking around for aircraft as well. They're on headset. They can hear ATC. They can hear calls. And they are they're helping the pilots look for stuff. Do they give off pings or no? Confused? No, TNS. There's several different aircraft systems out there, and I don't really want to get into it a lot, man, because I just don't feel like explaining it. Plus, my knowledge is kind of dated on some of it, and I'm bound to say something incorrect as far as like how there's a system called TCAS, Traffic Collision Avoidance System. It's not software, it's system, right? Anyways, a lot of helicopters don't have those. MexCDK! MexCDK, thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. Hope your stream was good. We're just sitting here chatting about the crash in DC. 12 hours. Oof. You're done. Yeah. What were you doing? What were you doing today? Hopefully not too grindy. TCAS also doesn't give avoidance guidance below 1,000 feet, only traffic alerts. Well, yeah, but I mean, were you like grinding, or were you doing different stuff? Was it a 12-hour day of doing the same thing over and over again, or were you at least mixing it up a little bit? Grinding, oof, that's a long 12-hour day then. What are you working on? You did test drive 4, 5, and 6. I did that in a day too, which I was grateful for, that you could actually get those done in a day, because the other ones shit, those took me 2 days to do test drive too. Yeah, I don't like them either. Use on Harriers, that's most of my knowledge. Thank you for your acknowledgement. Yeah, dude, I'm happy to discuss stuff. And so the helicopters would have been on, like they're saying, TCAS is off below 1,000 feet because it just doesn't do any good. It's actually more dangerous than it is helpful to have systems like that on at low altitudes, especially on approach. So the TCAS system, a lot of people are talking about TCAS. It wouldn't come into play, and I don't know about those helos. Those helos might not even have the system. Why are they flying in a corridor like that? There's a lot of questions to ask there. Why were they the same elevation of a landing plane? Well, you got to realize a landing plane isn't at a fixed elevation, Marky. As an aircraft is coming into land, its elevation is constant. It's on a glide slope, right? So it's constantly changing. You'll go now? Not that I don't want to enjoy you, but my girlfriend needs me. Hey, man, appreciate you sending your folks over here. You have a good rest of your day. Enjoy your evening and your girlfriend. Thank you. And the really, really, really fucking sad thing about all of this is I did a little bit of math on it, not a lot, but based on what we could tell from the various aviation apps and stuff that kind of show you flight paths and things, there is like a 2, maybe 3 second window where those two aircraft would have collided with each other. So you think about that. Had the pilots been 2 or 3 seconds slower or faster, the helo pilots, the collision would have never have happened. Like, that's how crazy unlucky this whole event is. Well, we don't know yet, Hoof and Mouth. I've seen stuff saying that the helo was at 250 feet, at 200 feet, at 300 feet. To be honest with you, in a helicopter, you don't want to be within fucking 500 feet of an aircraft landing. Vertical, period. I do wonder how much is going to change with that flight corridor there, though. Almost all air collisions are like that. Well, yeah, Ivan, but not. It depends on what you want to look at it. Most air collisions are extraordinarily rare. It's just my thought on NVG landings in the Black Hawk. Oh, what do you mean? What did I missed something there, Timber? TNSG, thank you for the tier 1. I saw, and it's not super helpful to, but there was somebody who posted something I saw about there's over 1,000 last year. There was over 1,000 near collisions, near misses. Reported to the FAA. Now that includes a lot of fucking things, right? Not just aircraft almost running each other in the air, but Oh, you're doing crazy shit for training. Yeah, but you got to also remember, Timber Stiffy, that the black tops. So think of the black tops as a unit above your unit, right? Like they're not bringing in pilots right out of flight school for the gold tops. That's going to be like the 160th, for example. The 160th is more extreme, but the 160th, they take the best pilots from around the Army and bring them into the 160th. These are guys that already have thousands of flight hours, right? It's going to be the same thing for the gold tops. It's not new pilots, which can actually be more dangerous in some instances. Anybody who's been aviation and worked in aircrew understands that pilots that fly longer get more complacent, and not just pilots, aircrews. There's a tendency, not everybody, but there's a tendency for more senior people to be more complacent and rely more on their skill and their knowledge than their checklists, and that can lead to incidents. So again, it's too early to tell what happened here, guys. The helicopter was in a place it shouldn't have been. That's simply as that. And whose fault that is, unfortunately, there's what I hope doesn't happen is if it's just some guy in ATC who was just doing what was being done forever, and most likely the Army's fault. I wouldn't say that at all, dude. You can't say that. Especially flying in airspace like that, you're usually doing what ATC tells you to do. We'll see. If there's any kind of unit that's going to get special treatment, it's going to be a unit like that. Just like the president's aircraft. The difference is the president's aircraft has clearances put around it. You can't get near it. Plus, this was a training flight. It sounds like. In fact, it was. That's what Hegseth said, right? He said it was a training flight. I mean, my heart is hurting right now for the guys that were sitting in air traffic control when this happened, because when this went down, those guys, they're responsible. Whether they did anything wrong or not, they're still responsible. And there's a reason ATC has one of the highest fucking suicide rates, man. It's a fucking tough job. DE higher 100%. Get the fuck out of here with that. We don't know anything about you gonna fucking eat your words, Blackburn, if it turns out to be some white guy in his 40s he's worked 4 back-to-back fucking 12-hour shifts and he was tired and he made a fucking mistake because he's a human. Don't feed me the DEI bullshit. We don't know anything about it yet. Now, if it turns out to be somebody that was hired that wasn't qualified and has a history of problems, and it is a DEI hire, I'll 100% jump on it. I'll be all over that shit. I will be all over that shit. Every one of us in aviation has been fucking screaming about what has been going on at the FAA and aviation with the government in general since the Obama administration, when the Obama administration started to do shit. Don't get me wrong. This whole idea of hiring people to fill quotas in the FAA is fucking moronic, and it will get people killed. But even if it was a DEI hire, let's say it was somebody hired just because they were black, if they didn't make any mistakes and this still happened, it doesn't matter that they were DEI hire. Right? Let's look at the facts. Let's look at what actually fucking happened here. Understaffing of controllers is a big issue. It's a huge fucking issue, Hoofenmouth. And it has, I mean, the understaffing of controllers has been an issue for 40 years now, dude, since Reagan. No, I'm not denying it has a problem, Blackburn, but what I don't like is when somebody like you rolls in here and says, DEI hire 100%, when you have no fucking clue what happened, and they're still digging the 67 bodies out of the Potomac. Like, chill with that shit. I was actually upset with Trump today when he leaned into it. I know why he did it. He probably needed to do it. It was an opportunity for him to get his point across. Doesn't mean I have to be happy with it. But I'm a lot closer to this than most other people are because I used to fly. And I get really frustrated seeing a lot of the stuff on the internet right now about, especially the conspiracy theory stuff pisses me off to no fucking end, dude. People that have no idea what they're talking about saying, "Boah, this was obviously intentional because insert stupid ass comment X." Oh, I hate that. Now, part of me thinks that ATC is going to catch the blame. Whoever was fucking in the tower. Because I don't know if, because I don't know the rules of that airspace at all. Even if I flew there, I wouldn't remember them. I don't know if that helicopter, if those helicopters were in the airspace of the tower. They probably were. So it was up to the tower to manage them of that airport and not a bigger airspace management area. But because Trump came out and leaned into air traffic controllers today and the FAA specifically, that tells me the initial, the unsaid stuff now, the stuff that everybody that's actually working on the investigation is saying to each other, the stuff that the president is going to be privy to, is leaning towards it was probably air traffic control's fault. Why is my dog tag gold? Because it's that's fine, Zion. You don't have to. We're a Tarkov stream, man. Ask questions away. This is the EOD. EOD dog tags are gold. Unheard are this purpley metally one, and then standard account, everything non is gold. So you can select it if you want, but you have to have had EOD to get EOD. The chopper confirmed visual of the jet, but from the wide angle view from the city, I think they saw a different. They 100% saw a different plane, Anubis, because if the timestamps are correct and the way it's linked up, they confirmed sight of the plane about a second and a half, 2 seconds before they fucking ran into it, or the plane ran into them. So they obviously didn't see the plane. They saw something else that they thought was the plane, but it wasn't. And let me just say how wild it is that as civilians, we have access to all of the fucking data that we have right now. That we've already heard. Like, I don't know how we've already heard ATC. Like, I don't know how we've heard that. I don't know if that's because somebody had a scanner and was listening to it, or if somebody leaked it. That is wild to me that we've heard the ATC conversation already. Also, the fact that we can track the flight data. There's a couple of apps that are really good. You can go look at almost any aircraft in the United States anyways. A lot of them around the world. You've been wondering for a while and been in the game for about one wipe. Yeah, that's all it is, dude. Is the dog tags just indicate, you know, what your account is. But even I have unheard, but I can set it to EOD because I was EOD before. And then when you prestige Zion, you'll get another dog tag. You'll get these dog tags. This is prestige 1. I haven't seen any of these yet. And then here's prestige 2. So you'll start to see those dog tags too. Can you put unheard dog tag in the cultist circle and get EOD one? Like with no, I don't even know if, can you even put dog tags in the fucking, I can't check. I don't even know if you can put dog tags in the cultist circle. In the end, it doesn't matter whose fault it is. The stuff happens so fast, even you would spot it last second, you wouldn't be able to do anything. It's just tragic. Like Korea this month. No, completely 100% incorrect, Blackhawk. I'm going to say unequivocally that your statement, I understand you're trying to be like, kind of bring people together and not be pointing blame, but you're just flat out wrong. It matters whose fault it is because it's the only way you can prevent it from happening again. You have to know what happened and why, so you can make corrective procedures so it never happens again. And this idea that stuff happens so fast, if you spot it last second, you wouldn't be able to do anything. That's not true either. Pilots can make evasive maneuvers. Had those pilots in the Black Hawk seen that airplane with even a second left, they could have avoided the flight. They might have crashed. The Black Hawk might have crashed into the water trying to avoid the flight, but at least it wouldn't have hit the CRJ. Yeah, I think the Prestige Tag 1 looks fucking amazing, dude. This is like one of my favorites. I love the rubber silencers on it. Yeah, they just added Prestige to this wipe, Zion. It's new. Seeing this aviation mishap be so politicized really made me realize how cooked we are. Yes and no alongside, or Longwell. The problem is that, it depends on how you want to look at it. The FAA has been politicized. And again, people that have been in aviation, like myself, have been screaming about this from the rooftops since Obama. Obama's administration was where they first started doing some of these quotas for hiring, and not just hiring people based on their best abilities, but to fill quotas. And that is just a recipe for disaster. No, Jesus fucking Christ. The crash, we don't know anything about. There's no, the reason DI is in conversation is because Trump brought it up in a press conference. After he clearly stated, here are the facts that we know, which were very limited. And then he goes, here's my opinion. And then he went on a rant about DEI and about how Biden fucked up the FAA and blah, 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 blah. There is no anything about DEI with this fucking crash yet. And they won't, it will be, I'm going to take a wild guess here, and it's going to be months before we hear anything from the NTSB on whose fault this was. Yeah, Longwell, it is frustrating, dude. And I'm trying to do here, at least with the small community of people we have, Longwell, is try to share a little bit of knowledge that I have to try to pull people back from that ignorance precipice. Not necessarily to explain to them what happened, but to be like, no, don't go down that path of ridiculousness because we don't know yet. I mean, that's fine, Ivan, but that's, it doesn't have anything to do with it. And again, like I said earlier, this isn't one person fucked up. There had to be multiple mistakes made for this to occur. Multiple, by multiple people. The NTSB will do its thing. They'll recommend something to the FAA, and then they'll somehow increase an hour requirement for ATP. Yeah, maybe along well. I think what's more than likely going to happen is they're going to change that flight. The first thing they're going to do is they're going to change that flight corridor. All the helicopters and stuff, because from what I've heard is that flight up the Potomac has got Blackhawks on it all the fucking time. So what we're going to see, that you're going to see, is a huge change to where those helicopters can fly and where they can't. And again, that might already exist. The Blackhawk might have been flying somewhere it wasn't supposed to. I don't think people realize how limited your vision is in a cockpit. There are certain angles you just can't see anything. There's a pretty infamous video of Cessnas coming up from underneath another plane airport, and neither saw each other. Yeah, but in the CRJ, yeah, the visibility's dog shit, hoof and mouth, but H-60s have really good visibility. Most helicopters have fantastic visibility. And on top of that, like I said, I don't know about the the gold top helicopters, this specific squadron, because it's a VIP squadron, it's a transport squadron. Your standard H-60 flying for the Navy or Army is going to have a crew chief or two hanging out, looking out the doors, helping with traffic avoidance. So you don't just have two sets of eyes. You got eyes looking out everywhere of the airplane. I mean, we even did that on the C-130. When we were in high traffic areas flying, I was out of my seat up behind the pilot on the flight station. Show you a picture. See if there's one of... So this is this isn't my C-130. This is a... Is that a Marine Corps C-130? I can't tell. Anyways, this is where I sat right here on the bottom right. This is the nav station. That's where I sat. I would be up here if we were in a traffic area. I would be often up here next to the pilot, standing, looking out the window, hoping with traffic avoidance. It's just more eyes you have, the better. Don't Blackhawks have ATSBs like Chinooks? Well, here's the thing, Max Delta. Even if I don't know the answer to that question, but you have to remember that every branch... Blackhawks operate in the Army, the Navy... Does the Air Force have Blackhawks? I don't know if the Air Force does. But not just do you have multiple branches operating H-60s, because the Coast Guard does too. Mission-specific parameters for each aircraft are going to determine what hardware they have on them is going to be different from squadron to squadron, mission set to mission set, branch to branch. So there's not like one rule for H-60s and what they have on them. And I've poked around a little bit. I don't have a lot of resources that have been in the military recently. To ask people that have flown on 60s about what kind of systems they have. What trader do you suggest focusing to get level 3 first? It used to be, Connor, Jaeger, because Jaeger tasks gave a lot of experience, but there's so many tasks now. Or you mean get the trader to level 3? You're just going to inherently get some first because their lowers are level, like Therapist and Proper and Jaeger. You level them up quicker, but every level is important for Mechanic and Ragman because it's more gear. Like that's where a lot of your gear is locked, is between Mechanic and Ragman. Would I rather be a tunnel rat or a door gunner in Vietnam? A door gunner. Well, the problem is, we don't have the full ATC comms. You got to remember that ATC is talking on multiple frequencies, and we don't know that the CRJ and the Blackhawk were on the same frequency. And all I've heard is that one frequency of chatter. So we don't know all of the comms yet along well. Air was sitting in the back playing Tarkov. No, usually if I was flying and I could play games, I was playing Civ, because it was an offline game. Civilization was usually a game I was playing when we were flying, if I was able to, which wasn't very often. Usually I kept pretty busy doing different stuff. Am I going to be on Civ on the 6th? Yep, I pre-ordered it last night. It's the 5th, isn't it? I thought it goes live the 5th. If you did the expensive pre-order, which I did, of course, because I'm a content creator. Do I have any licenses? No, I never did get my pilot's license, though I pretty easily could have. As a navigator, I pretty much did all the same training that a pilot had to do on the bookwork and the back end side. So the only thing I was missing was flight hours. I could have passed the pilot's exam easy. I just never wanted to. No, along. I don't know if you understand aviation along well, but it's not this isn't the problem of standardizing radio frequencies. None of that. That isn't what this is. We'll see what the NTSB report comes out, but this doesn't have anything to do with standardizing radio frequencies. The military doesn't operate on different radio frequencies when they're flying in civilian airspace. That's a lot of people don't get that. When you're in the military and you're flying around, especially in like if you're in or near Class A or B airspace, you're using the exact same frequencies as civilian aircraft. You're no different than civilian aircraft. You get treated almost identically as civilian aircraft. There are special rules in play for military, but those have to essentially be invoked. You know, things like MARSA or flying an MOA, stuff like that. The H-60s are not operating on a separate frequency than the civilian air forces. What I'm saying is that approach has its own frequency. That area, that corridor, might have been a different frequency. Because what you don't want is Black Ops going up and down the river, cluttering up the frequency that aircraft need to land with. Is grinding for M855A craft worth it? Oh, 100%, dude. The 855A1 is a super good ammo right now. It gets through class 5 really quickly, so. It seems silly to have that corridor literally intercept a glide path for an approach. Well, it probably didn't. So, if you got, let's figure another image here. So, when you look at airspace of airfields, oh, this is actually a really good picture. This is what airspace around airfields looks like. It looks like an upside down wedding cake. And if you're not under IFR control in Class A or B airspace is what it's called, you can't go inside this. Like it's a flight violation. Like you lose your license if you fly into this area. What is probably supposed to happen is that corridor is supposed to be underneath one of these slices of the pie or one of these benches of the upside down pie. That flight corridor is supposed to be underneath that. I can promise you that, well, I can't promise you because if a flight corridor has gone through Class A or B airspace like this in Washington, D.C. for this many years, somebody fucked up bad. So I don't think that's the case. What altitude did the collision happen at? We don't know. I don't think anybody's released that information yet. You can look at some of the flight data and kind of assume, but I wouldn't be comfortable saying anything more than between 200 and 500 feet. And that's even a guess. Yeah, exactly, Max Delta. The idea that a corridor is flying through a fucking Class A airspace, which I'm sure... I don't know what charts usually cost money. I could look up the chart on that airfield there, but it's probably Class A airspace. It has to be Class A airspace. Like 99% sure. That... There's no way a flight corridor up that river went through Class A. There's no way. There's just no way. Are there any Red Rebel extracts on customs? Nope. Shoreline, Reserve, Lighthouse. Right, chat? That's it, right? I haven't got Killy yet, no. We're going to go labs for a little bit. We'll see how that goes. TNSG, thank you for your tier 1. It took me a while to get to it. I've been yapping. Anubis, thank you for your tier 1. Iceman Savage, thank you for your tier 1. Anonymous, thank you for your gifted sub. It was Class B surface to 10,000 where the collision occurred. There was no shelves or anything in that area. There has to be shelves in that area, dude. Along well. Do you have a fucking chart? There has to be shelves. There just has to be. They might not have been close. But you have to have, you can't have Class B everywhere. Like, it can be big, but there's a shelf somewhere. I would love to, because a chart would answer that question real quick. I'm a subject matter expert on this. I'm a dated subject matter expert. Let me put it that. I'm dated. Yeah, it's been... Fuck, I'm getting old, chat. Fuck, I'm getting old. It's been 18 years since I was in an airplane. Found the press pass. What is it for? It's a streamer item. You can just vendor it if you want, Zion. Unless you're planning to do Kappa. Do I miss flying? I miss the fuck out of flying, dude. One of my favorite things I've ever... I mean, it's the pinnacle of my life. As far as personal experience. Outside of my kids, like, there's nothing that has had a bigger impact on my life than flying. Other than my kids. The shelf changes 1,500 to 10,000, like 7 nautical miles away. Wouldn't have been a factor. Well, it is a factor because I want to know what the corridor. I mean, do you know what the corridor is through there then along well? Because there's got to be some kind of corridor, not like a corridor that just lets you do whatever you want, but there has to be some kind of corridor along the river there. Just like there is up the Hudson has one too. We used to fly up the Hudson all the time. It was wild flying. Would we fly 600 feet, 500, 600 feet, 700 feet up the Hudson in a C-130, right past the Statue of Liberty and First Marine Air Wing. You ever heard of that? Yeah, I mean, it's called MAW. We often refer to it as the first MAW or third MAW. Oh. I have a lot of buddies that are commercial airline pilots too. Guys that I served with. Well, I'm not buddies with anybody I served with. It's a commercial airline pilot. I could call them and talk to them if I wanted to, but not really buddies with them. I have buddies that I've met since I've got out that are commercial airline pilots. You miss the flight line? I do too, man. I don't miss all the bullshit that went with it, but I do miss flying. It's just a different world when you get onto an airplane where you know that and you have confidence that you're working with such an amazing professional group of individuals and your lives are all in each other's hands and it's not even that big of a deal. And you're working together towards a common mission and a goal. And it's just that experience is something that unfortunately a lot of people go through life and never get to be in that situation. It's a special place to be in a group of individuals like that. And there's not a lot of places you can get it. Because you don't even really get it from my buddies that are cops. You don't even like get it in law enforcement or anything. Preliminary FAA safety report reveals that staffing for, wait. Can I give you a tip for stash space? I actually have a video, Zion. If you go to my YouTube page and just sort my videos by most viewed, it's one of my most viewed videos. I've got a ton of tips in there for your stash space. Supposed to be a Tarkov stream, and ooh, cool. We got here, chat. We got Airspace. So this big red circle is going to be a TFR they've put down. So it's hard to visualize here, guys, but you see these blue circles? You see all these blue circles? That's going to be the upside down wedding cake that I was talking about. That's what these blue circles are. They're going to have elevations assigned to them. And God, it's been forever since I read a chart. That's what these numbers are right here. So this is going to be from 3,500 feet to 100,000 feet. 100,000, 10,000 feet, sorry. 3,500 feet to 10,000 feet is where this airspace exists in this ring right here. So this chart, we would need a more local chart for this airspace here, because this isn't going to show anything. That's a high level chart. That's not going to be useful for anything either. Oh, here we go. See, this is what's fucking... This is part of the problem, chat. We don't know exactly where this right here, this is going to be the route we're talking about. This is going to be the specialized route. And I don't know if this chart's going to have listed what the rules on Route 1 are. I've never really used helo charts before, so I don't know what the rules are. But this Route 1 is going to be listed in a document somewhere is what the rules are for it. And this is going to be where the helos are going to fly. And you're going to have two elevations depending on direction you're flying. And right in here, this is the runway right here, chat. This is the one where they would have collided. This was what the aircraft was flying to, was this runway. So the airplane would have been out over here somewhere when the collision occurred. So... oh, man, where would I find Route 4? Where would we find information on Route 4? Route 4, DC heli insert. Probably gonna have to pay for that. You'd have to pay to get that. You were reading about Route 4. It's very low. I would like to see anything that talks about Route 4, because these charts right here, you see these elevations? These elevations are telling you a ceiling of 700. This is going to be a ceiling of 300. This is going to be a ceiling of 200. So you're supposed to be... basically what happens is when you get to here, you're supposed to be flying under 200 feet until you get to way down to here, and then you can go back up to 600. I think that's what this is saying. I'm pretty confident that that's what this chart is saying right here, but I could be wrong. At or below 200, right? But it's weird because points like this are usually going to have some kind of designation. It's going to have a name or a GPS coordinate or something. Or a lot of times it's ground stuff. Like you use bridges and things like that as visual markers of where you got to be under. That's what they do a lot of the time for stuff like this. So if the helicopter was off of this route, it was too close to the airport, or if it was above 200 feet, right there, that shows you that there's pilot error on the Army side, right? Or if the CRJ was coming in, it was too low, right? That's the error on the CRJ's part. It's CRJ's part. Regardless, the fact that two aircraft were that close to each other, that falls on ATC. That's ATC's responsibility to help aircraft maintain separation, right? You think they were over 200 feet? Yeah, it's no way to know. I mean, there's so many different things that could happen, Max Delta. There's so many different things that could have happened, and they all could have been happened, right? The helo could have been over 300 feet or 200 feet. It could have been on the wrong corridor. The CRJ could have been low. You know, the ATC could have been not paying attention. Like, all of those things could be happening. It could all be true as well, right? We just don't know. Who's they are saying they crashed at 400 feet? Who's they? And where do they get their information from? Pretty much every incident. It's not pretty much along well. As far as every mishap that I've ever looked at, I've looked at hundreds of them just out of interest, and you're studying to, make sure it doesn't happen to you or any that I've been involved with. I was never involved in any crazy mishaps. No, I wasn't involved with any mishaps. Every single mishap that I have ever looked into has multiple failures that led up to it. Every single one of them. And that's a product of how our aviation system is built. It's layer upon layer upon layer upon layer of safety, so that one mistake can't lead to this. The problem is sometimes shit happens where multiple mistakes happen. Have I ever piloted a helicopter? I've never even officially piloted an airplane, though I have actually flown a C-130 around a little bit. I don't think I can get in trouble for saying that, or anybody can, because it's been so long, but they let me climb in the pilot seat sometimes to fly a couple of times to fly a C-130. It was incredibly boring. I did it a couple of times and didn't have, there were times where like, hey, you want to fly a little, Corporal Askin? No, I don't. I don't want to fly at all. It's boring. What was the morning's update about Tarkov? It was a technical patch that I don't know if it actually fixed all the problems, because we have still people saying the bugs are happening. And I'll do a video on this tonight. I'm going to do this and talk about the poll and the in-game results of the survey. If you guys haven't seen, BSG posted these. But the one we got was added the ability to disable the game frame limit in raids regardless of NVIDIA reflex settings. Fixed all known causes of disappearing audio in raids. This is still happening. I've already seen people say this has been happening since the patch. So the sound is still disappearing for some people. Fix the positioning of the gunshot sound source when the shooter was directly behind the player's back. I'm guessing they made some tweaks to what gun audio behind you sounds like, so it's not so confused, because it is, right? If you're facing if you're in line with the shot, it's super hard to tell if a shot is in front of you or behind you. So hopefully it worked towards that. Some stuff on PvE with fix the active headset effect disappearing when starting raid in PvE. Fix the position of Zerachi and his guards on the lighthouse. So if you're going to lighthouse and you're dying to Zerachi and his guards, hopefully they fix that. And then they fixed visual issues on locations, which could mean anything from could mean anything from like culling stuff to things like that. Seeing people say it was intentional was wild. Enraging is the word I would use along well. People saying that was intentional is enraging to me. Like, those are the kind of people that need to get punched in the face so that they learn to not be stupid. Well, unfortunately, there's also this kind of feedback loop for the internet where because people get attention for saying really stupid shit, they don't really mind saying really stupid shit. I think around all our friends, right? You say something really fucking stupid, your friends give you a hard time about it for a long time, right? So you think about saying something stupid. You don't really think about it anymore. You're like, okay, well, I'm going to think before I say something stupid again because I don't want those guys to give me a hard time for the next 5 years, right? That's a rough approximation of it. But that doesn't happen anymore. Because random people say stupid shit on the internet and then are never really seen from again by the same group of people. Still hunting Killa? Yeah. Yep. But we're going to try to go get a LEDX. Excel are the best headphones? No. They're the ones I prefer, sound profile wise. I like how they sound. I think the Contact 6s are still the best, quote unquote, the best as far as distance and stuff, but I was really hopeful they were going to find some survivors from the flight. I kind of knew better from the beginning, just aircraft collisions. There's just very next to no chance for anybody to survive a mid-air collision. It just doesn't happen. And the fact that they've landed in the fucking Potomac in January wasn't going to help the idea of anybody surviving either. Wait. I'm on third. Every time I see a P9 day, I think of Stargate SG-1. Yep. Oh, that's not where I want to go either. Somebody's in black right below me. Come on, Ludex. Please. Well, they know I'm in here. Ah. God damn it, dude. I didn't even hear him jump up over there. Like, he was right there playing his day for me to shoot at, and I didn't even fucking see him. I don't know labs, man. I don't know how to play labs. Just running around like an idiot. Oh, you can still find the Ludex at USEC camp. Just labs is going to be the better opportunity, probably. Man, I don't even want to fucking suit up again for that. To be honest with you. Because there was 2, if not 3 of them. I don't know. Like, I'm just not in the mood to play labs. I don't know if that makes sense. Just not in the mood. Do 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 do. You can put a fucking 50 rounder. Oh shit, I forgot I had this up here. Yeah, we'll just put these in here. This is a much better place for this stuff. It's gonna be one of those days where I forget to bring ammo or forget to bring a serve kit on a raid. Swagtoosh, thank you for the gifted sub. Switch from Twitch to Twitch from YouTube to and follow. Could try a 50 AE sidearm. Not for what I'm doing. Kill a hunt again? I mean, we're Killa, Gluar, Athletics. That's what we're after. All right. See if we can get some luck today. Be right back, chat. I gotta go pee. Squagatouche, thank you for the gifted subs, man. Do I mostly solo queue? It depends. I mean, just sometimes yes, sometimes no. PvE has you feeling like a souped up COD player? What do you mean? Really enjoying 4.01. Hope it stays stable so you can try it out. I've played it last night and the night before last, dead tired. I get 30K'd. I had fucking elevators break on me. It doesn't feel any more or less stable than 4.0 was. Now I haven't gone out and tried stuff that other stuff, but literally when the first thing I log in and I do bugs out, I don't really have a lot of incentive to go spend a half hour seeking something else out looking for it not to bug. So I'm glad people are having a good time with it though. Hopefully we'll get some hot fixes here that stables it out. So Star Citizen, yeah, that's what we're talking about. Star Citizen. Did I try the hotfix or live? Live. What's hot? Oh, you mean the PTU? No, I'm not on PTU. I help one game solve its bugs and do shit like that. I don't want to do it for another. When is the best time to get into Star Citizen? I don't know, man. I mean, there's a lot of luck involved with it. You could get into Star Citizen now and have a great time, to be honest with you. It's legit just a luck thing one way or the other. That was a lot of shooting right here. Zabrala factory quest. Got one tap by Tagilla. Yeah, it feels like every time you do that, Tarkov's you. Rename your file from live to hotfix and verify game files. Wait, what? Yeah, the only way to get more Zabralos, Delco, to be honest with you, is to go factory and kill somebody with one. I got 2 just hunting, doing the Uzi task. Well, how long before the hotfix goes to live? Like, that's already more work than I want to do. Especially because I'm assuming the hotfix isn't going to stay. Oh, he got away. I'm just trying to grind up my rep for the cargo stuff, to be honest with you. Like, that's the big thing I'm working on. I get on for an hour or two, do a couple of cargo missions, just trying to get that cargo rep up. That's really what I'm trying to do right now. So I don't want to just log on to play something that the progression gets deleted on, you know what I mean? Which I have to imagine the hotfix, that's what's going to happen. I've been trying to use Spectrum more and more just so I can get better at using it and navigating it. God, I'm playing like such a boob right now, dude. Not paying attention to anything. It might not be a Tarkov day, chat. I might have to just play a different game because my mind is not in Tarkov right now. Haven't played in 4 wipes. Did they change something about hideouts? They've added quite a bit. And there's customization now. FPS Murph. You need found and raid stuff to upgrade it. Yeah, this wipe they made it to where the upgrades require found and raid status, so you either got to find or craft them, which is added. It's added. Personally, I think there's a lot of to do about nothing about it. It does make it more difficult, but it's not insanely more difficult. It's just people are used to being able to go. Here's what I boil it down to, and I think is going on. Is people are used to being able to just go to the same spot and loot the same thing over and over again on their scav and make money, and then use that money to buy items they don't know how to find. So instead of people adjusting and actually going to find shit they need to, they're just whining about how hard found and raid is. That's my take on it. Hot take or whatever you want to call it. Insensitive streamer take. But you think they should remove some of the numbers of things required now that's found and raid? Oh, I think if they're going to leave it found and raid, it needs to be balanced for sure. The number of energy saving lamps and shit you need to find is just absurd. But at the same point, most of the ones you need are for like fringe things, like your weapon rack or your like they're not for things that you really have to have for your hideout. Like they're kind of luxuries, right? Which 7.62 by 39 weapon do you recommend? The Mutant or the RD? The RD. The Mutant's fucking terrible, dude. Recoil on it's awful. Isn't there like the AK, one of the AK, like AK 105 or something? I don't know the number. One of the 100 series AKs at 7.62. Isn't there a lot of people using that this wipe too? Haven't found a single green battery yet? Go streets and loot filing cabinets, Wabitude. You'll find, I've found like 3 or 4 in a single raid. Get filing cabinets on streets. Drills? Yeah, a lot of people are struggling with drills.
Does a resub plus a gifted work for drops?
Does a resub plus a gifted work for drops? I think so, Box. I think so. You can't craft the LEDX you need. You've got to fucking... Well, for one, you need a LEDX for Med 3. But also, to craft a LEDX, you need a book that you can only get from Lightkeeper. And I think you get LEDXs from Lightkeeper before you even get the book. Well, resubs should count, Box, but the thing is if your resub rolled over outside of the date, like if your date was actually like the 25th, and that's when it rolled over, that's why it didn't count. Not necessarily when you come in and do the resub thing. Thank you for the 2 gifted subs, though, Box. Enjoy your tranquility. Hideout. It's your first day playing Tarkov? Whoo, boy. Did you see the new DLSS 4 override with the new NVIDIA driver? No, not yet. These are always one of the cheapest foods, and I never know why. It works, though. So we won't complain. I am overweight. How do I get underweight? Can we get underweight? Ha! Tripwires are fucking heavy. Fuck you, tripwires. Epic, your best bet is to hang out in people's streams. Mine, Pestiles, Landmarks. Just watch streamers play. You'll learn a lot just from watching them. Ask questions. And just stick with the game, dude. You are in for a brutal 2, 3, 4, maybe 500 hours. But at the end of that tunnel is a train that's going to run you over, but it's still rewarding. Because after the train runs you over, you get back up and you realize you're out of the tunnel and you can play Tarkov. You're going to get railroaded and like it at the end. As one way of putting it. P-Weave, thank you for the gifted sub. Also, Epic, if I can give you one more piece of advice, stay away from Reddit. Don't go anywhere near Tarkov Reddit. Don't fucking just stay away from it. Far, far, far away from it. Same thing, pretty close. Same thing happened to me, Captain Elite. I ran into him 2 raids before I had it on. I had 2 more survives left on that task, and I ran into him and killed him. I haven't been able to kill him since. I've seen him twice since, but I haven't killed him. There's so much good advice for you, Epic player, but it's all on Twitch. Everybody's saying it on Twitch. Oh my god, here's that spawn, isn't it? That is so stupid. That is so stupid. That is stupidest spawns in the game. I swear to God. That's worse than streets. Yeah, it happened to me last night too, Rabbitude. That's how I learned it. Yeah, exactly, Snack Attack. It's what I learned yesterday, too. I was running down the street and got fucking domed by a guy with a sniper rifle. And was like, wait, what? Where the fuck did he shoot me from? And chat proceeded to inform me about the spawn inside the cafeteria. That's so scuffed. Yeah, especially because of the spawn that's right behind you. That you can literally walk 5 steps, turn around, and just camp somebody, like I did that guy. Felt like he was kind of shooting back over that way. Oh no, there he is. Oh my God. Through the tree. Still no glue hard though. So, does anybody know the trick to getting through this window? That was apparently it right there. So there's a guy up top. I don't want to. Kind of want his DVL, but I think I'm gonna die if I go get it. It would have been 3 shots, 3 kills had I not been on full auto on that guy. Yeah, do what the quest says, Captain Elite, not what your friends say. The task says... Yeah. Wasted 1 bullet, chat. 3 headshots. So if you guys did what I did there, if you didn't understand, is when I took the shot, I figured he was going to be looking for a window for me to re-peek him. So you want to get as far away onto an unexpected re-peek as you can and see if he's still there. Because he wasn't looking for me on the far right side of the building up on the 4th floor. Right? He was looking for me somewhere on his side, which is where I didn't want to peek and give him a chance to shoot me. Farland, thank you for your 3 months of Prime, dude. Appreciate it. Did you catch your message earlier about the safe? Oh, got one of the safes unlocked on streets? What do you mean? Yeah, I think the new thermal scope is still bugged. I think I ran into one of those two, Grunt, where I was like, wait, this building's open. Or this safe's open, and it usually isn't. There's no way he's shooting at me. All right, well, we make the death trip across now, I think. Where do we think that shot came from? Up top, yeah? Oh my god, that's not rendering. All right, well, there's no glue hard there, but he could be underground, I guess. Kind of worried about this guy up at Dome, though. Where did he shoot at me from, though? It was fucking... It sounded like it was, like, way to my right behind me. We'll get our stamina back. I guess we run for the K's and hope we don't get shot. Nope. No glue har. A lot of fucking grenades going off over here. What the fuck is going on? Yo, the fucking Harry Potter's not rendering now. What? Oh no, it's just over there. Never mind, that's not Harry Potter. Wow. And I want to go fucking extract up there, but I don't know if I can. Like, that's all the grenades are up there pretty much, I think. Jaybird, thank you for the prime. That guy's gonna get run up on by that player scav. How do you get the daycare theme, and does it carry between wipes? Yep, it'll be forever. You'll be able to claim it right at the start of any wipe or whatever. It's for PvP only, and exclamation point drops for the specific details. But basically, 2 paid streams, 2 paid subs to any streamer. Put some distance between me and whoever the fuck that was. I think it was a player scav. If you post on Flea at high prices before Prestige, would it return the item after you Prestige when it falls off it sells? I don't know, Gilly Shooter. I'm gonna test it and see. It should wipe your Prestige clean, or your Flea stuff clean. Plus, you don't have access to the Flea until level 15, so you wouldn't be able to click on it to do anything from there anyways. So if the item's sold, you know, would you get the money for the item? I don't know. I'm thinking not. BSG was pretty good about most of the Prestige stuff and getting all the boxes checked for it. But they for sure could have missed something like that. And I don't know if any of the people who have prestiged have checked it or not either. what's the likely chance that somebody with 1,700 hours has Prestige too? Prestige is just a product of how much you're gonna fucking play. If they've put 300 hours, 400 hours into the game, this wipe, yeah, you can be Prestige. Hey, Dylan. I am well today. Hope you're well today. I think that player with the SVD was took the heat off of me from those fucking player scavs that were there. Is it a bad idea to sit at dome and snipe? You got to do it right. You can do it, but you got to do it right. Reloading on the move, just like healing, you think there's any chance they put it in the game? You mean having a reload animation? I want to say Nikita says that it's pretty much done. There's just a few outlier scenarios that is preventing them from putting it in the game, but I'd have to go back and look at my notes. I could be thinking of another mechanic altogether. So I don't think you should be able to reload and move. But have something that works kind of like the reload or the serve kit. You're doing an animation, you're reloading. The downside to that is that you don't have the ability to do kind of multiple ammos very effectively. Noob Cannon, thank you for the 3 gifted subs. Thank you, sir. J-Beard, thank you for your prime. Did I get Kappa yet? Still trying to get bosses, man. Boss is the only thing you need. I have to do Killa, Gluhar, Goons, Psycho Sniper, the Guide, and then I need a Ludex for Crisis. Helped you let go of getting so mad with cheaters? I don't know how I did that, to be honest with you. But I'm glad you're enjoying the game, dude. Shouldn't you grind Killa first? I've been grinding Killa. I'm tired of grinding Killa. I wanted to do something different. My friends from the US keep saying if you want to join the army, the only thing you need to focus on is not talking back, but I feel you should focus on getting fit. Yeah, getting fit. Focus on not talking back? What? I've never heard. That's so dumb. That sounds like somebody who has no experience in the military. That sounds like somebody who does no experience in the military would say. If you talk back, you're gonna get it fixed out. It's gonna get fixed pretty quick. So it's not something you need to work on. That will get fixed in a hurry. Just saying. Not talking back is just a good general life skill. You're not wrong. Best thing you can do to get ready to go into the military is just stay out of trouble. Just stay out of trouble. Don't do drugs. Don't break the law. Work out. That's what you do to get ready. Anything beyond that is like, I don't know, special cases. Do I still stay active or go to the gym? I try to. Much as I can. I don't do it as much as I should. I don't go to the gym though. I have everything at my house that I need to work out. Bowflex and dumbbells and kettlebells and shit like that. Don't hide your Copenhagen in your sock. Just don't bring the fucking Copenhagen, and then you don't have to worry about all the other shit that can happen because you have it. You have contraband at boot camp. I guess Army could be different, but if you have contraband at the Marine Corps, you have two things to worry about: one, getting caught, and two, getting somebody being pissed off that you have something they don't, so they turn you in, and then you get caught. Just follow the rules. Don't fucking look for ways to break the rules. Just follow the rules, and you'll be fine. The 2 sub thing is not working for drops. Did you link your account, Noob Cannon? On the website, you have to go to Tarkov's website and link your account. You've gotten drops before. Did you claim your drop? On Twitch, you have to go to the actual thing and claim the drop. Try to figure out how to manually go to one of your old drops notifications, because that'll just take you to the same page. Norse, thank you for the gifted sub. I'm not sure what else I got for you, Nub Cannon. You're the first person that's come in to have any issues with it. First person in 3 or 4 days. Norse, thank you for the gifted sub. Again. I hunting Gluhar? Yeah. And by hunting, I'm just loading into raids, trying to survive. It says you only did 1 sub and not 2. Well, you did 3. I think. Yeah, it says you did 3. That's a thing for fucking Twitch then, I would say, dude. Like, that's a... Maybe refresh your page, close your browser, open it up again. I don't know, man. Why not hunt Gluhar on streets? Gluhar hasn't been on streets for a year and a half. Right? Streets is Kollontai and Kaban. Clouds, you don't need Kollontai. Or Kaban's guards or anything like that for Kappa. Yeah, you don't need Kollontai or Kaban for Kappa. New Cannon, thank you for another gifted sub. I hope it worked. I feel bad. It's a DVL or a T5000 shooting loud over there somewhere. Well, I appreciate it, Nope Cannon. Did it work for you? Did it give it to you this time? Well, there was somebody running up right there. That sucks, Candy. What quest do I get the Firefly achievement? What is Firefly? Oh. Oh, you just gotta go out. You gotta actually go to the lighthouse and meet Lightkeeper. Have I tried out the CMAG yet? Mm-mm. RFID and VPX best maps. RFID you can get on like Interchange even. But and Lighthouse and Reserve. But VPX is going to be Lighthouse or Reserve. Or tasks. There's a couple of tasks that give you VPXs. Sucks, man. Killed that guy. His buddy's probably in the same building with him. Because I did just hear shooting over there. So now we gotta go the fucking long way around again to get the fuck off the map. Yeah, that's right. The Sturman quests give you VPX. Oh yeah, labs too. I mean, labs is everything, right? You can get everything on labs, high-end loot-wise. So, but labs is also labs, so. What's up, Exfil Eric? Killing it today? Kind of playing chill, man. Got my teeth kicked in a lot yesterday, so. Main thing you're getting on labs is cheaters. I mean, I haven't had a really bad run of cheaters on labs. We've had some, but you're playing with a different caliber of player on labs. Like, you can't chill on labs. You gotta play sweaty as fuck. But you will have, I mean, it also depends on what servers you're playing on. Labs will be higher than the rest of the game for the most part, I think. Solo labs is horrible though. It is pretty tough, dude. Stacks of 2s and 3s, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of ego cheater reporting too. It's just across Tarkov in general, man. Check fence, Grunt Medic. Sometimes these fences got him. And just wait a little bit. They'll get cheap. Oh, that's scary. Yo, the update fucked up a lot of stuff today. With culling. So culling, like, you guys seen how the rocks are disappearing? I'm gonna die fucking showing you guys this, but you see how these rocks were disappearing right here as we come up the hill? Are they not gonna do it again? Just culling is the process of the game not making your computer render things because it doesn't need to. Because you can't technically see it. But that process also makes things disappear. It's been like that for weeks now. It's worse today than Fraz. The game's always been like that. It's worse today than yesterday. I ran a shitload of reserve yesterday, and I'm seeing shit happening today that I have not seen before. Is that a Richard Nixon shirt? No. It's a... Nixon was a cool mofo. Fuck all the noise. Nixon gets a pretty bad rap, man. One of those things that public education did a disservice for people. Watergate wasn't even really that bad, was it? No. And worse, it's kind of where the saying the cover up is always worse than the crime comes from. At least it got popular with that. I'm not going to get into a history lesson on Nixon, but let's just say that I feel very much lied to about how the history of Nixon and JFK are the opposite of what I was taught in school. Let's just put it that way. JFK was an awful person. Nixon was actually a pretty solid dude. Funny how the narrative changes over the years. The narrative hasn't changed, Grunt Medic. It's just our levels of education on things. The people that are willing to study and educate themselves, and people that are willing to, that just want to stick their head in the sand. Like, that's the difference. You talk to your average American and they're going to tell you the same thing today. Molinon, thank you for the tier 1. New Cannon, again, thank you for your gifted subs, man. What was JFK's deal? I don't even know where to start with that, dude. He was a serial womanizer, borderline rapist that his wife fucking helped happen. His wife helped sneak women into the White House. Yes, Jackie Kennedy helped sneak women into the White House. his military experience and history. Yeah, Bay of Pigs. Like the Cuban Missile Crisis, he did correctly there, but then you look at who was actually involved in that and why he did well there. It wasn't anything because of his awesome character. The Kennedys are a fucked up family. Basically Bill Clinton. No. Fucking Jesus Christ, dude. JFK makes Bill Clinton just look like a guy who looks at too many women. Did RFK get confirmed yet? No, the Democrats are probably they've been dragging the votes out, so probably won't be confirmation hearings until Friday. I don't see anything in the news yet anyways. The Republicans, I think what the Republicans are doing now procedurally is they're basically saying, you guys can't go home for the weekend until we vote. So that's what happens is they drag it out until the weekend comes around. And then the Democrats are like, well, I want to go home, so we're going to vote. So fucking stupid, dude. Kubos, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. If you want to learn about JFK, you need to go read modern biographies about him that don't just, in the way the Zoomers put it, glaze the Kennedys as these amazing Democrats and shit like that. You need to go look at some actually critical assessment of Kennedy. And it's quite a few books, man. I read 3 or 4 books before I really formed my opinion about it. But Winston Churchill was kind of whack. Yes, but he's exactly what England needed to fight the Nazis. Let's put it that way. Am I getting a 50 series card? Is anybody getting a 50 series card? I don't know anybody who's got one. I don't even think, I'd have to message Stinson. I don't think he even got a 50 series card, but maybe he did. Now, JFK being a douchebag and a terrible person doesn't mean he should have been assassinated. He was headed in the same direction as Nixon was with the intelligence agencies, which is why a lot of people think it happened, but why everything happened with Nixon. So everybody's super scared about Trump because Trump's promising to do the same. I mean, what do you think Kash Patel and Tulsi Gabbard are, but actual existential threats to the establishment intelligent community? Sorry, dude. First time clicking on the stream and this man is spitting about JFK. We talk about anything and everything in here, Steve. The only rule is people got to stay civil with one another, be able to have fun. That's about it. And be willing to learn. And be willing to learn is a huge part of it as well. because we're all always learning in here. Or trying to, anyways. At least I am. Can't for the life of you kill Kaban. Any tips? Well, you can run an RPD. Oh, for Kaban? Dude, Kaban is literally a systematic way of fighting him. And solo, it's even harder. I'm waiting to see if that does a player move, because I think that might actually... That might be a bear. Solo? Well, the best way is to just hang out and wait for towards the end of the raid. Like, I'm talking 15 minutes left in the raid, so that most of the players are gone and the player scavs are gone. If you don't want to do that, you have to be fast. Like, bring a big gun with lots of ammo, and you have to just aggressively mow through them. Just constantly pushing and going for Kaban. Not clearing everything. You've got to push to Kaban spawns to kill him, and just be willing to die after you, like, basically kamikaze into Kaban. Oswald was a patsy? I don't think so, Lucid. I think Oswald was his own... I think most of the story around Oswald is true. What I think it is the CIA didn't get in his way and maybe even helped a little bit. I think is more of a likely story with Oswald. Just from his history and everything about him. The shot was definitely for him? Yeah. The nonsense about the magic bullets and all the other crazy shit belongs in the same camp as people that talk about 9/11 like an inside job. Or that airplanes can't bring down tower, jet fuel can't melt steel. It's just like, oh my God. Some days I just wish, some days I wish I didn't have an education like I did in the broad spectrum of things I've taught myself in, because you hear people talk and you're like, oh my God, you're a moron. But you want to be polite, so you don't, or I guess I'm not always polite, but the last bar fight I ever got into in my life was some 9/11 truther dude who got into my face about it. He was an oil rig worker. Just drunk and dumb. It was the last bar fight I ever got in. Since when can jet fuel not melt steel? Jet fuel can't melt steel. But unironically, steel loses half of its structural strength when it reaches the temperature at which jet fuel does burn. What about all the money they announced went missing right before 9/11? You mean all the money the government loses all the time, every year? Didn't we just see a report where the fucking U.S. military lost $800 billion and has no idea where it went? Or was it 80 billion? Whatever. It's all fake fake numbers anyways. Bar fights are underrated. Bar fights are overrated. I wish I didn't get as many bar fights as I did. Fucking retarded, dude. But it's part of growing up. It's part of being in the Marine Corps. Like, I'm thoroughly of the opinion of people of either... Everybody in the Marine Corps has gotten into bar fights. It's just a matter of whether... Gluhar? Gluhar? No, it's a fucking raider is what that is. I'll bet that's a raider. I guess it could just be a scav, too. To be honest, if you've never gotten into a fight, you ain't no man. I mean, I kind of understand what you're saying, but lived lives, dude. There's a lot of people that go through life and never get into confrontation like that. And while there is positives to that, that was what was shooting at us. So no, I don't think Gluhar.
Работаем! Гости, пожалуйста!
Holy fuck, he tanked. Yay!
Ты куда пошел? Вонючий!
Where the fuck are all the guards at? How has Gluhar been here this whole time? And we didn't hear anything. Holy fuck, progress. Progress feels so good. He's only rocking M80. God, he only had class 4 on, too. I'm actually surprised that Gluhar was here. Wait, where's the transit exit at? Is it right here or is it over there? Wait, no, it's right here, right? Now we just need Killa? Well, we need Killa and some other stuff, but yeah, we're closer. Progress. We got progress, chat. That's all I ask for. It makes the day worthwhile. Yesterday, we got no progress, which is just frustrating. Because that used to be the Woods Transit, and they moved the Woods Transit. I thought I was going to die, chat, with Gluhar because of how he just wasn't going down. I was like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh, it feels so good to be done with that. It was 40% no flea? No, that's not what the survey said at all, Barry. The survey said that 48% of people found Tarkov more engaging with the flea market closed. I mean, almost 49%, right? Yeah, I was shooting fucking M61 anyways to Shane, so it wasn't like it mattered if he had class 4 or class 5 on even. Sucks that Gluhar only has SP5. And M80. I forgot about that. We can get that done on labs, though. This is in pretty good shape too. We can run this. Caboose, thank you for the gifted sub. Sapphire Max, thank you for your two gifted subs. Thank you, folks. The flea market will have almost zero impact on cheating, guys, as far as a positive sense. Flea's not going anywhere, guys. I can almost promise you that. I guess I can't. I've been wrong with some stuff about before because Nikita changes his mind, but I wouldn't expect the flea market to be going anywhere. Whether you're for it or against it, just not going to happen. I don't think. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And we're underweight still. Good stuff. Didn't he say some big event was coming in February? I don't remember him saying. I don't want to say no, Latitude. I can't say no because I'm not sure. He could have. I don't remember him saying that. Yeah, but those are essentially the same thing, King Albie. And there's a few outlier cases where, like with barters and stuff, but you just fix the issues like that with crafts. Charisma's still only 14. All right, let's go see if we can find Killa now, huh? Can I get away with a flash grenade on weight? I can. Okay, good. All right. What would my ideal boss spawn rate be? I don't really have one, man. Because, like, early wipe, or when I'm tasking, I'm kind of glad to not run into the bosses, especially like Killa or Sanitar, the goons. Like when I'm low level, low gear, and I'm trying to task and I run into one of them, like it's a huge fuck. It's not like I want it to be rare, like because it's a challenge to it. Do flashbangs cause damage to enemies? Not to my knowledge, Goreleech, because you can use flashbangs and like hit rogues and it doesn't cause aggro. So there's a indicator that it doesn't do damage, but that's not 100% for sure. If those statements make sense to you. Well, you got to think, Jobot, that in player population, the vast majority of players now don't even have the boss tasks. A lot of players don't want to fight the bosses. They don't want the bosses at 40%. And you're really moving the bosses into this place where they're at a level for like 5% of the player base or 10% of the player base to make that level of the player base happy. And that's why I just don't think it's a good answer. I think there's ideas out there like you know, maybe you have a rotating high boss percentage rotating on different maps. You know, like each weekend or Thursday through Sunday, Woods has a 70% Sturman spawn. And then the next weekend is Interchange for Killa. And then the next weekend, you know, and you rotate around like that. And you could make it lore driven. did it do that? It's a player baiting. Is what that is. That's a player baiting. Yeah, I need to be ready to run. Man, this is I'm either miscalled this and this is a scav or a player that's really good at pretending to be a scav. That walking around was not AI behavior though. I guess it was AI. That was wild, dude. It was a player. He's just outside right here. He's on my floor. He's not above me. He's right there. No, those suppressed shots were right there, 100%. He shot the other scav that walked down the escalator and walked around. That's what he shot at. Odds that gray zone gets better? I think 100%. It's just a matter, does it get better enough? Well, here's the thing. You say Tarkov audio is nuts sometimes, right? That's exactly what you should expect from the audio. The problem is the audio is so random that you don't know what you're hearing anymore, other than, okay, there's a guy over there. mean, at this point, I'm just hoping the guy doesn't figure out I'm down here and put a fucking grenade right next to me. And he thinks I'm up top. But he's 100. He's sitting on that doorway right now, 100%, just watching, holding an angle, I think. So I don't want to move because I'm afraid, like, if I'm out here, he just gets a straight angle on my fucking face as soon as I step out and I'm dead. I put myself in a bad spot. Coast is clear. No, it's not. I mean, it might be. I don't think it is. Mars Martin, thank you for the tier 1. Caboose, thank you for the gifted subs. I am about ready to just fucking pain and push him, though. Mars Martin, thank you for your tier 1 and your gifted sub. Flash that sidewall? What? I'm not flashing the sidewall, dude. Coast was totally clear. Totally fucking clear. He wasn't? I mean, I think he was holding the angle. theme only works in PvP, unfortunately. Problem is I think there's going to be potentially player scavs running in from outside, which is a fucking problem for us. Hog Zero, thank you for the tier 1. How many raids did I run before we saw fucking... It was 5 raids before we saw Gluhar, which makes sense at 20%. One time it actually does. What is a star on the Tashanka? I've got it wish listed. Make any sense. You like watching Interchange, but I hate the map. It's a cool map. It can be a lot of fun. Most of the time it's miserable. Especially when you're running it over and over and over and over and over and over again. boot. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. We really like the courage of the folks hunting kill 100 times. Courage. I don't think courage is the right word for people that do that. Yeah, assuming that's. I mean, I've run 30 interchange raids, exfil, and I've seen kill it twice in those 30 interchange raids. So, seen or heard, I guess. If you kill him every single time without dying, or you kill him and somebody else doesn't get to him first. Mm-hmm. Sup, rat? We're just kill hunting. Do you want to suffer through that? Through 100 kills? You keep tracksuit. So tracksuit is attached to the achievement now. So yes. Should you tell your friend his Discord activity shows him playing brassers literally every day? Yes. You should be a friend. But you should take screenshots of it so you have it to hold over his head for the rest of his life if he ever gets out of line. Because that's what true friends do. No, not blackmail. You don't blackmail your friends. That's icky. I a car guy? Used to be. Kind of went the way of the dodo when I started traveling for work, and kids made sure it stayed that way. Right back, chat. All right, Eric, that's enough. That's enough. I was a Mustang guy, Dr. CQB, mostly because that's all I could afford. I could, you know, Camaros and Trans Ams and stuff like that were more too. They were like 10 grand more than a Mustang. Mustangs were a lot easier to work on too. Akela, where are you? Your dad had a 1990 5.0 with aftermarket supercharger. That thing screamed, dude. Did he straight pipe it? Did he live somewhere he could pull the cats off? I went from a 2001 automatic GT. I know, give me a hard time about the automatic, but it was, I literally bought it out of high school. to a 2005 GT. To a 2000, was it a 7? 2007 GT 500. Whatever the first year was. I had like the, I don't remember exactly what it was. I had like the number 40 off the build line GT 500. Give or take. It was between 40 and 50. I don't remember exactly what it was. I just literally shot over his head with every shot. He crouched underneath all my bullets. Chad, it's your fault. You're distracting me. I was also on my slow walk as well. Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure it was a 2007. And I sold that when I started traveling for work because I didn't want to be dragging around a Mustang all over the fucking country every 6 to 12 months. That's how much we were moving around. Good old construction. Then we had kids. But I did a lot of work on my Mustangs. Most of it myself. Everything I could do myself anyways. I guess I didn't turn off that command for Nightbot. It's funny. Actually, do we... Man, do I put a Valde on this? Do I have one? I do. Ugh. That actually takes a while to get sight picture up. Wait, can I not put a fucking... It just feels better. It hits high. Or does it? Oh my god, the MOA on this is awful, dude. That's what that is doing that, isn't it? It's gotta be the MOA. Whatever. If I die, I'll blame it on the fucking gun. We're underweight. Am I forgetting anything? God, I feel like I'm forgetting something. Ugh. You want to love that gun? You really do? Just run it because I have it, man. Sure. Are you doing what you're told? There you go, chat. The doggo came to say hi.
Put it in big. Hi, chat. Ew! You licked my tongue. You're disgusting, dog. You licked my tongue. Ew.
Well, stick your tongue out.
I was trying to kiss her and she just shoved her tongue in my mouth. How do you change it from big screen to tiny?
Oh, these buttons. Thanks, Mosen. Have a good night, bud. Don't worry about it. Go do what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to be cleaning your room. Quit procrastinating and looking for other shit to do and focus on what you have to do. Do 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 do, killa killa killa. This is a really close spawn. How do you find Killa? Luck. The next thing is Killa finds you. You just gotta go through. He only spawns. His spawns are pretty predictable. Like he spawns here. He spawns upstairs. He spawns in the middle of the mall. He spawns in Ollie. And he spawns in scavs. Goshen. So my route is if I spawn there, I check that side. And then I run up here to check food. Middle of the mall food.
Вон он, сука! So since we can shoot through all the glass now, can we shoot through the glass in the middle of the mall above the garage entrance? Yes, I think. I guess I'm not totally sure what you're talking about, to be honest with you. I mean, the only glass you couldn't shoot through on Interchange is Kiba, and I'm pretty sure you still can't. So Killa can spawn in here, right where I just smoked that scav is a Killa spawn. His other spawns, he can spawn up here in the bathroom. So you want to come up and check these bathrooms, because he can just be fucking stuck up here. He can also be in that theater room. I think he's headed the other way. Oh yeah, you've always been able to shoot through that glass, Max. He can be here. I don't know if he can be back here, but I check it anyways. And then he can be in these food locations as well. And he rarely shoots at AI scavs. He leaves he's not like Sturman who fucking smokes AI scavs. He will completely ignore AI scavs. Have a new cool video in the works? Yeah, I'm working on my strength skill leveling guide, if you will. It's strength and it's focused on strength and endurance, but it'll explain how the skill system works. Yeah, I saw the clip, Quigley. Liston's lucky that he didn't... Liston is super lucky he didn't die right there. All right, so Killa is not anywhere unless he's suppressed, which he could be with the PP. I should go check, see if there's a LEDX in medical. Oh wait, is power not on? Power's not on. That was last raid. Why not loot scavs? Don't you need some gas analyzer, or you don't care? I don't care about that task. I just turned some of this stuff in just because I could. Maybe get the experience if I need to. Are we gonna get a short with the fuckery and factory? Oh yeah, we'll get some out of that. So I think we're just at resetty spaghetti. I think I'm gonna throw my backpack out too, to be honest with you. That is definitely the thing that makes Killa the most frustrating boss to hunt, I think, is you just don't know where he's at. And he can be in such a large area on the map. We did one raid on Labs, Kurt Locker. I got fucking steamrolled by a 2-man. And I was like, nah, I'm good. I don't feel like... I didn't feel like sweating. I barely made it through my raids on reserve. I'm just not in a try mood right now. Have I ever seen him outside or in the garages? He doesn't spawn outside anywhere, but he can chase players out there. Oh, damn. Damn, Dr. Disrespect got remonetized on YouTube, huh? How's the raids? They're going all right. We got Gluar, so we got progress. So now we're just on to fucking trying to find Killa. And then after Killa, it's a Ledex. But maybe we do a Ledex on Woods. Co-founder of his game closed the studio and canceled the game. Yeah, well, they kicked him out however long ago all the bullshit was. I think everybody saw that coming. The only reason that game studio existed was him, so... If I get right, wrong, or indifferent, I'm not making a moral argument about it. It's just a statement of fact. You can't have Dr. Disrespect's game studio continue when you kick him out. You live under a rock. What happened? Nothing worth talking about. It was many months ago with Dr. Disrespect and his whole the attempted cancellation of him in combination with he just got remonetized on YouTube, which he should have never been demonetized to begin with. It was pretty bullshit for YouTube to have demonetized him. Just arbitrary. They didn't like him, so they wanted to demonetize him. There was no rules or anything they applied for demonetization. Thought that was a dead body right there. Is he still going on YouTube, though? I thought he switched to Rumble. The fact that there's people that still support Dr. Diddy Spect on YouTube is insane. No, it's not, dude. You can think people that support him are insane. And to be honest with you, some of the, like, Dr. Disrespect defenders on social media, they are actually fucking insane. But pretty much everybody famous has, or any level of fame, has fucking psycho supporters. You ever pissed off a Swiftie? I don't recommend it. Hope he's upstairs. Don't say that name in here, they might show up. Blow her back out, but her music is pretty terrible. Yeah, you do that, and then she writes a song about you, and the rest of your life is fucking ruined. Is there really any women that aren't Swifties? I think that gun hits high, chat. I swear to God, I had headshots on that guy half a dozen times. .16 KD with 3,500 hours. That guy was not very good, Wabitude. Call your old lady a Swiftie and she'll kick you right in the shin. Yeah, they might not want to admit it. There's a lot of stuff women are that they won't admit to.
Ban all Swifties.
Yeah, I'm sitting here calling him not good, and I whiffed like 7 peaks on the guy. I was out here running a fucking SR fucking 3 without the, or SR2 without the grip on it, huh? What a weirdo. Wait, what? Why is this not showing up? This game's annoying sometimes. Taylor Swift is a soft 6 at best. Be honest, you're okay. You are officially a hater. That or you live on fucking Mrs. Where's Amazon's from? What's the island, Minas Tirith or whatever the fuck it's called? That's where you're from. Whatever world you're in where Taylor Swift is a soft 6 is it's actually a fantasy land. Exfil Eric, thank you for the 6 months. Bob is wired. Thank you for the 40 months of Prime. Mokasugi, thank you for your gifted subs. Niskara, thank you, in the groove. I knew it was something along the words I was... The noises I was making were close. I knew that. Oh, they got expensive. Most down-to-earth content creator. Oh, I appreciate it, man. I'm definitely not for everybody. I know that. You know, I do wonder if the Senate blocks Kennedy or Kash Patel or Tulsi Gabbard. If the Senate blocks any of those, if Trump goes for recess appointments on them. I kind of want him to. Have I played Arena Breakout Infinite? Nope. Don't have any interest in it. That would raise some interesting constitutional conversations. Why? I think pretty much every president's done it. Obama did it a fuckload. And nothing new. It's 100% constitutional. One could argue that the Senate playing political games and taking cheap shots at fucking appointees is a constitutional issue. get into that whole argument of advice and consent. People are acting like RFK, like, yes, the vaccine stuff, that's the biggest part of the problem that he's having, but it's also, there's some of it that's just not true that's being dealt with, right? But regardless, people act like Kennedy is going to be some like fucking dictator where he's in charge of everything. He still works for Trump. This idea that he's going to fucking blow shit apart is just dumb. It's also super fucking funny to see that like all the senators that are giving him the hardest time take a fuckload of money from pharma. There's so many scavs, dude. Recess appointments require exceptional purposes? Sounds like another subjective term to me. You really like Kash Patel? I do too. I didn't get to watch his entire... I literally started the stream 2 hours late because I was watching the confirmation hearings. Tulsi's was pretty mild, but Cash's was fireworks, and so was Kennedy's. Good, it was good watching, I think, especially Kash Patel. SCOTUS ruled 9-0 in 2014 against Obama. Too kind, defined, exceptional when he was doing the same thing. Yeah, but how long were his appointments in for? Just saying, man. If you listened to the hearing today and came away with anything other than all of these people that used to be like best buddies with Kennedy saying the shit that they're saying now that they haven't said for years when he was on the Democrat side, if that doesn't show you how fucking fucked this whole proceeding has been, I don't know what does. I'm not a fan of Kennedy either. But I tell you what, listening to him to answer some of the questions that he's answered over the fucking last couple of days has won me over more than it's made me not like him. Does that switch turn on power? No, it shuts off the alarm to Kiba, and I believe the first floor. The second floor alarms are turned off by the button up here. And that's if somebody turns power on. Oh my god, it hits so low, dude. I guess this is the SR3. It's... No wonder I wasn't hitting that guy in the head. What side am I on politically? Pragmatist. My belief systems pretty much, in modern times, pretty much align with Republicans, if that's what you're asking. Dirty spot? Nah, I mean, it depends on if people are looking or not. You're really silhouetted right here. You're really easy to see. Assuming Democrat. Honestly, I have no idea how you would ever even come close to that conclusion. I haven't seen him in there in a couple of wipes, but Liston says he's seen it watching other streamers. See, somebody just turned power on right there. Which means I go see, maybe we get a LEDX? 0 out of 10 rage bait. Yeah, I just don't even know anymore. Like, telling the difference between somebody who's rage baiting and somebody who's just an idiot is impossible anymore. Get out of here with the mail. Get out of here. No LEDX. Just a scav. Didn't I pick up 3 of them? Did I miss one? I did miss one. Says a lot about today. We truly can't tell. Well, it's just... I think it's the correct term to say it's the Overton window has been pushed so far with online edginess that, like, you have... Like, in order to be edgy now, you have to be so fucking absurd. See, like, there's a guy on YouTube right now just for looking for attention, you know, saying absurd shit. And sometimes it's just easy to see through it, right? Because it's so over the top that even if they're being serious, they're not worth your time. Kind of deal. Never heard of that before. I don't usually like to do this, Gore Leech, but go Google it, dude. More specifically, Google shifting the Overton window, because that's the premise that's more important. Not necessarily the Overton window itself, but here we go. Nah, just a troll, Ivan. Don't even engage. That's somebody looking for reactions and looking for people to get pissed off. That's one of the things about talking politics that took me a little bit to learn, is that people, they don't have any beliefs. They're not fighting for any team. They're just in here to get you to freak out and rage so that they can report you and cancel you. Not you, T-Fuse. I'm not talking about you, dude. I'm literally not talking about you. I'm talking about the dumbass that was trying to bait with emotes about Trump voters and Kamala voters. I'm literally not talking about you at all. You don't mind shit talk on the internet? Doesn't bother me. You kind of enjoy it. I did too for a long time, dude. But it wears on you. Especially when you're like the focus of it. And you see it every day. And when legit people like the door must have got kicked open by a scav. When people literally their whole day is just to get on and try to make you feel miserable. Right? So they look to say just terrible, awful shit. Because they just want to make you feel bad. And it is what it is. But it does wear on you. When it's every fucking day, dude. Non-stop. And the biggest solution for me to like not have to tolerate it would be straight up just to stop looking at my YouTube comments. But the problem is I like engaging with the good side of the community, I say. The people that, you know, ask good questions or challenge ideas and just have good conversations. I love engaging with people like that. And so you got to take, if I want to do that, you have to read everything. Well, so is Twitch. Twitch is, I mean, 90% of the time, 95% of the time, Twitch is great. We have spurts where certain communities come in here and try to shit stuff up and cause problems and just be fucking douchebags. And to be honest, that's most of the problem across the board. It hurt you to see that your favorite Tarkov YouTubers on the other side politically. I'm sure of your opinion of us Democrats is very low and you're someone I respect. I would say you're projecting their T-Fuse. I have plenty of friends that are Democrats. Friends that are liberal. Friends that fucking... we don't believe in the same shit. And I've lost a lot of them. They left me. I didn't leave them. One of the guys that was a groomsman in my wedding hasn't talked to me since Trump got elected. And because I voted for Trump and because I went to work on the border wall. He hasn't talked to me since. And he was one of my best friends since high school. I welcome people with differing perspectives. Despite what some of the dumbasses on the internet will say, I welcome people who have differing perspectives and opinions. I just expect you to... be able to back up what you're saying, stay polite, and engage in conversation. I just don't sugarcoat my opinions. Yeah, I definitely don't. Like, I'm definitely in the camp of I'm not going to fake who I am so that you give me biddies and sub to me. I made that promise to myself when I started this, that I wasn't going to be fake about anything. And on the business side of things, it was probably, it's a fucking stupid decision on the business side of things. You know, there's a lot of people that because I'm on the right and I don't agree with them, fucking won't engage or partake in my content. And it just is what it is, man. Like, if you're business minded about this kind of stuff, like content creation, unless you're in like something that's a divisive subject like guns or, I mean, even the news or political commentary, you should maintain neutral as much as you can. So, I mean, I couldn't tell you what Mr. Beat's politics were. And that's a good thing for him because he doesn't piss off anybody. Trying to think of some other people that are in content creation. You know, Marquise Brownlee. If your opinions can't hold up to scrutiny, then they're just bad opinions. I mean, yeah, or you're just not very good at explaining them, which is usually what most people are. People have opinions and they just don't get challenged on enough, so they don't have to think through them and explain them. Oh. And so when you do challenge people on their opinions and what they think, it goes one of two ways, and usually it goes one way. And that one way is people don't like having their base assumptions or their beliefs challenged, so they lash out emotionally because it's very difficult to analyze and maybe even change your mind on deeply held beliefs. Very difficult to do that. And that's not a left thing. That's a left and a right thing. That's a people thing. And I blame that because my generation growing up and before it, like politics was a no-no. You didn't talk politics. It was rude to talk politics. And all that led to was people that didn't agree with each other isolating themselves even further and not understanding each other. And that void gets filled with false narratives of Trump supporters are just racists or liberals are just idiots or whatever you want to come up with. That's what fills that gap. Yo, we are burning through golden stars today. Burning. I enjoy hearing other opinions and learning about culture. Yeah, a big part of when I started traveling the world, it really opened my eyes to how much I didn't understand people. Are we making good progress on endurance? Kinda. Oh my god, I'm on a roll. Oh, I fucked that one up. People don't play arena, but you got a lot of endurance. Yeah, no, arena's great at leveling endurance and strength. As an Eastern European, I laugh my ass off when I hear that Trump is far right. Dude. Calling Trump far right is one of the, like, you just look at somebody and, like, that's where shit goes sideways a lot of the time, because you try to get somebody to explain that and they can't, and then they get mad because they can't explain that, and you're like, well, you're the one that said it. Why do you believe that? Well, he's literally a Nazi. Like, that's been the most challenging thing for me over the years, is how do you have Discord in that sphere, right? How do you discuss that? You don't. There's almost no way to. There's such a fundamental breakdown in critical thinking from perspectives like that, that it's like starting from square zero. Vitality? I didn't have any problems with vitality this wipe. My vitality level just fine. I don't know why that is, but there are literal neo-Nazis in both Ukraine and Russia. So yes, compared to that, Trump isn't far right. Extreme comparison. There's neo-Nazis in the United States too. Prisons are full of them. So there's, ironically, there's a lot of people that are neo-Nazis in prison that aren't really. That's how you make it through prison. But that's another story altogether. Middle Salad Munch, how's it going? My covert movement? I think we leveled it to 7? Or is it? There it is, 7. The left-right dichotomy comes from the French Revolution. No, I mean, I don't want to try to argue with you. It doesn't come from that. That is just where the modern version of it originated, if you could say. But the left versus right thing goes back essentially to fucking Greece. A little bit different, but that whole idea originated there, albeit in a much different context, I'll admit. But can we go back to hating every politician? No, I love Tim Sheehy. I love my senator, man. There's a lot of politicians I really like. I might not like them forever. Seems to be that you can't go to Washington and stay there and not become corrupted. It just doesn't seem like it's possible. Like when Marjorie Taylor Greene first got started, I liked her. I thought she was kind of funny. I thought she was cool. She was an everyday person. But she's turned into a fucking attention-seeking whore in the last, I don't know, 4 or 5 years, whatever it's been. She's just fucking annoying now. Put her in the same boat as I do AOC. It's the people versus the government. It always has been, man. It is, really is, man. The vast majority of people in the United States want to just be left the fuck alone. They just want to be left alone. That's all they want. Which is why you see these big political uprisings, left or right, happen is when they're not left alone. I mean, there were so many people that had nothing, that I know personally, that have nothing to do with politics. They wanted nothing. They've never wanted anything to do with it in their life. They didn't touch it with a 10-foot pole. They didn't care about it. They wanted to be ignorant. They knew they were smart people. They knew they were ignorant about politics, and they liked it that way. But once COVID hit and governments started fucking with their kids, oh boy, was that a fucking change. That was a huge fucking change when people started fucking with kids, and it didn't matter what side of the political spectrum you were on. That woke a lot of people up, at least in the of the people that I know. Is the Osprey a good aircraft? It's got a sketch history, but yeah, it's a pretty good aircraft now. Highly capable. When you make changes before you go to the ATF? Nah, I don't think so. There's a lot of government organizations you can make the argument that you can't just fucking uproot them and get rid of them. I don't believe the ATF's one of those. The DEA, the FBI, fuck the marshals. They can pick up everything that the ATF does without skipping a beat. That's a Kill a Hunter, because I'm pretty sure that's an SVT right there. You just selected woods and you put you on customs? Are you sure? Like, I'm not saying that's impossible, but it's probably more likely you clicked on the wrong map. That room is dog shit. The room's been dog shit every opening. It's a 40 use key now, so they've pretty much indicated that it doesn't have good loot in it by switching it to a 40 use key. Those laws need to be eliminated first. Yeah, Gremlins, I don't disagree, but I think that's a separate argument. I think the ATF as an organization is a corrupt, evil organization, period, regardless of the laws. The Neku Pharmacy. Yeah, I've gotten some stuff out of there too. Eliminating the ATF before getting rid of those laws drops the enforcement responsibilities on orgs much larger. Yeah, but you're much more likely to get rid of the ATF than you are to repeal the NFA. My opinion. Why does loot suck in this game now? I don't know. I don't know why they do some of the stuff they do. Genuinely don't. I don't know if that was a scav or the player right there. Fuck, I thought there was a better... I thought I was going to have a better angle through here. Die on the hill that lock rooms should not be dynamic instead of guaranteed loot. I don't know that I've ever heard anybody argue against that. I like dynamic loot for the most part, but I also don't like that rooms that are difficult to get into through cost and mechanics, such as ultramedical, which requires power and a key that is expensive, that those don't have guaranteed good loot. Arena matchmaking is total crap. Matchmaking in any game that has a limited player base is going to be crap. I keep like hoping that every time I open one of these fucking things, it's gonna have a LEDX in it. That player is still in the front middle of the map. There's two of them. I'm not sure where they actually went. I thought they were going to come out the door right here. It was nice of him to bring me a backpack. His buddy sure was kind of scared, slumped over here in the corner. Assuming he's dead. That man was in panic mode trying to figure out where the hell his buddy got shot from. Kill a hunt continues. Yeah, we got Gluhar earlier, so we did make some progress. How go the raids? They're going, man. Does he have anything to drink? They didn't bring me anything to drink, chat. How dare they? Is that a me? Killer can be in the bathroom? Yeah, I checked the bathroom in the theater. Need to try to find something to drink. In case we do get bogged down here when we go to run for that exit. Ah. Oh, that's a chair. Fuck. Guess we check scavs. I almost fucking got his ass. Where the fuck have they been ratting at this whole goddamn time, dude? There was 2 of them. That's a two-man. Him and his buddy is down the middle of the fucking hallway somewhere.
Care for suffering, buddy?
It's up to you.
I've 0 and 6 on thermals today, so
Well, I'm on Interchange.
can't get any worse.
You know, it's Interchange. It can certainly get a lot worse. I almost had his ass too. Even blind as a bat, I almost had him. No idea why try. There's a chance it might. So this is 42. Thank you for the tier 1. Space Potato, I missed your tier 1. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you. All right. Space Potato, not Space Tomato, dead tired. Potato. You got a red today, Logers? That's pretty cool. I do watch me some Space Tomato, though. Him and Board Gamer are how I keep up with Star Citizen stuff for the most part. Do, do. Bad grenade throw and then just followed it up with an easier flash.
Gorleech, I wouldn't shoot Killa. I'm pretty good about picking my targets. That, and I'm pretty sure Marine would just ban me right now if that was the case.
There are about 3 spots on the map that Tower's going to be able to see Killa with a thermal on his AXMC. That Killa doesn't just annihilate him first, should I say.
Honestly, I'm just here to fill out spots and maybe take some of the heat off. That's about it.
And make us get terrible spawns. People can spawn right to our left here, Tower, down the road, by the way.
Love it.
Like, within sight lines, so just
Yeah.
look, see if they're there. Free, easy kill for you, because most of them don't know to look this way either.
That'd be cool if I wasn't running garbage optics.
Oh, I thought you had a thermal.
FLIR, or fucking night vision, unfortunately. I am 6 FLIRs out today, so...
Oh, the night vision works, though?
Yeah, night vision works. Even with the red dots, so effectively I just got a bolt gun with a fucking red dot and some other garbage. Got 993 in it, though, so it hits hard, at least, if I don't fucking hit the arms. Aside from Killa hunting, how have the raids been?
Oh, we got Gluhar earlier, so made progress. To my right, Tower.
Fuck.
He's down on the other side of the road. He's to the right, though. He's not inside. He's like at the fence area. He's down there somewhere.
Yeah.
He was close enough for me to hear a shot, though, so he's within 100 meters.
Yeah.
Suppressed Mosin. And that's all he's got. He doesn't have a pistol or anything else. Good shot.
Of course, they changed this to where you can't get out the back of it.
Well, unless he saw you, he's probably going to run straight for my body, dude. Does everyone run ESP? What makes you think that? Why would you think that guy had ESP? He spawned over there and he was just waiting for somebody to run. I've done the same shit. He was waiting for somebody to cross right there. All he was doing.
Nope, he got me too.
Kind of running out of plates here. To be fair, most of the Tarkov player base thinks every death can be a cheater. It sure fucking feels like it sometimes, man. Like, that guy could be cheating. But there was nothing that happened there that indicated it. Like, that's just me being in the grind mindset. I'm not even clearing. I'm not checking things. I'm just running, right? Because, like, when you're doing this, at least for me, it just gets fucking boring and you get tired of doing it. So it's like, you just kind of go into autopilot to get through it. And if a player's going to set up an ambush on you, there's legit not a lot you can do about it, man. Other than hope they miss their shot. And that's what that guy did. Yeah, see, the spawn right here, tower. Yeah, see, this spawn right here, tower.
I think we're clear on the right.
Oh, there's 3 other spawns that can see us running in, so I'm not going to go for the front door. I'm going to go for the parking garage.
Sounds good.
Somebody just popped a flared Emercom too at the start of the match.
Yeah, I saw that.
So, in all likelihood, they're going to be camping scavs or something back there, is my guess. Or they're just that batshit crazy, I suppose. Player left tower.
Where?
That's a scav. Never mind, I got him.
Yep.
But there's 2 players up here somewhere. I heard their guns shooting. They definitely know we're here now. One of them's dead. Did not expect that man to be there. I gotta load mags.
Bed's clear.
If you shoot a flare in the air, scavs will come to it. Player scavs will.
Running rear. Scav. He's on your body.
He fucking ran off.
Towards Kiba, audio. Scavs.
I'm almost positive I heard a suppress shooting too with this guy with a shotgun, so. I feel like there's another player somewhere kind of in the middle of the mall or the next building over.
Yep.
Or room over. I need to get upstairs
Brutal
to look for Killa though.
Yeah, Brutal's got Scavs walking in front of it, so I don't think he's to our left if we're looking at Kiba.
Alright, I'm gonna probably go towards tech.
Okay.
And go I'm gonna go to the middle of the mall.
Okay.
And go up the middle escalator.
Okay. Shots.
Scav in front of me. Right as I came out of my fucking golden star blur, I hit him, but he's dead.
I'm gonna make exit at Kiba hallway and go towards the center of the mall.
Alright. I'm at the front of the mall going up.
I'm at Kiba now, crossing. Nothing brutal. Got movement up by Jacob
That's
up top,
me.
I think.
That's me.
Okay. Yep.
That's not me.
Okay.
I don't know what the fuck that's
I'm at
at.
the button. Yeah, that was at me in the center somewhere, I think. John's. Scab down. Two. Gonna run through Subway and Sushi real quick, see if I can find him.
That's where I'm at.
Okay.
Go from here to bathroom and theater and
Jacob. At the front of the mall towards Tech. It's an obvious on Tech.
upstairs clear. He ain't up here.
I'm at Bay Windows. Looking out.
Probably gonna hang in the middle by the button and just wait to see if we hear him shoot.
Dude. Eyes on you. You're at button, correct?
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna actually go over by Donut and just sit and listen.
Got something in the middle of the mall. Maybe a scav.
Like upstairs with us.
Yeah. My shot. Filthy fucking player, scav.
Scav is shooting at somebody at Raz or the hole, one of the two.
You.
Whoever is didn't engage the scav and just let the scav reload his SKS.
Terrifying. Madman.
Oh, I wonder if he's dead. I don't think
Probably
he is.
being fucking SKS scavs.
That scav is headed towards the middle of the mall tower, first floor.
Okay.
He might be going up the escalator right now.
Eyes on.
SR-25. Shooting over here in Ollie.
Yeah. Scav is confirmed cracked, by the way, so that man is probably dead.
Are you loud?
Yeah.
I don't hear you shooting.
At all?
No.
I just fired Mosin.
I know.
rounds.
That's why I was watching your screen. I don't hear you shooting. I heard the SKS scav shooting. I don't hear you shooting.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's up because you're up high. Like you've moved into some weird occlusion zone sitting up there in the fucking rafters.
Back up on the ground. Firing towards the center
I'm
of the mall.
dead, tower. How did he
Where's he
not die? I'm at the hole, dead fucking player. He's got to be fucked up. He was in the clothing store there in hole above Donut. Coming from like whatever.
The clothing store above Donut?
Well, next to it.
Okay.
Dude, what in the fuck? He's got to be super fucked up.
I'm getting eaten by scavs, so it's fine.
I think one bounced off his head, chat.
I'm getting really tired of fucking scavs, dude. They just fucking spawn in front of me. Like, I literally just watched this thing fucking materialize out of fucking nowhere.
Like, the only thing I could think of is the arm bug fucked me there too. Because that store with the red light in front of you is where he was at. My body is right next to the hole tower on the left side. You should be able to see it.
Yeah, I saw it. He's not looted it yet.
I would assume not. I fucked him up pretty bad. He's running an SVD with T46. God damn, that's frustrating, man. That's the biggest thing of why I haven't been like running M61 and stuff, is because of stuff like that. That's just gonna frustrate the fuck out of me because of the arm bug, where you shoot somebody a bunch and they just don't fucking die. Like, that guy should have just fucking curled over and been in a ball on the ground. Shooting M61 like that is just... It's 2 hits. You hit somebody it doesn't matter if you hit their arms or not. It's 2 hits. Or it's not supposed to matter if you hit their arms. But that is the start of me being frustrated with playing Interchange, so I think we're going to call her there, chat. I got to go eat dinner anyways. They called me down for dinner like a half hour ago, so... Well, with that one tower, I'm going to call it and go get some dinner.
Yep, I'm going to try to toss your gear real fast.
Yeah, the bathroom behind you's a fucking great place to stash stuff. You guys have a good rest of your evening. Thank you for the support today. All the subs. Again, another crazy day from you guys. Appreciate it. I'm going to send you over to my compadre tower, and I'm going to go get something to eat, and then work on a video to hopefully for tomorrow morning. A news video talking about everything we got today, so. Look for that tomorrow, and stream tomorrow, and we'll see if we can get Killa tomorrow. That would be a big W. Go from there. What's my level? We are 53, almost 54. I didn't do any of my fucking dailies today. Oh, because they're both on the lab. Oh. I guess I was going to play the lab more. Change my mind on that. Well. All right, guys. Thank you. Have a good night. See you later.